Welcome back, racing fans. We are at Spa-Francorchamps for the 24 Hours of Spa presented by Odyssey Racing League. 3 hours and 56 minutes left in the race. We have gone through sun, we have gone through the night, we have gone through rain, and looks like we're getting some more rain as it is starting to pour down a lot heavier than it was a little bit earlier when that rain started. It's 6:14 in the morning in the sim time, 18 degrees Celsius on the track, 18 degrees Celsius ambient temperature, which means that the temperature is starting to rise a little bit as that sun comes out. However, it's not going to be too much of a temperature difference between the lowest that it was at the night, which was, I believe, was 16 degrees Celsius, if not 15 degrees Celsius, and the highest point that we had, which I believe was 18 to 19. Luke Addison in the 0 Point Racing Ford Mustang unfortunately having to deal with the driver swap bug. So that is putting them back now into P15. That is a drive-through for track limits. That is so unfortunate that it did happen right there on our screen. He unfortunately went a little bit too much to the right coming into Blanchimont, and that did spin him out and put his car in a specific part of the track that is considered off or out of bounds. So that is an unfortunate drive-through now for the number 13, who's going to have to go through the pits and try to keep those tires warm as the rain still continues to pour here at these 24 Hours of Spa presented by Odyssey Racing League. As well, you can join us at discord.gg/Odyssey Racing League to keep up to date with all of our upcoming events. You can also follow us at our socials. On Instagram, we are, and YouTube, we are at Odyssey Racing League. And on X, you can follow us at ORL_official. There is a $1,000 prize pool up for grabs for the top 3 drivers. Or, excuse me, the top 3 teams. And I believe there's an extra drawing. Does look like the rain has caused all of the drivers to think about survivability and put all of their effort into keeping all 4 tires on the track here. You see extensive damage to the front end of this Ford Mustang driven by Bruno Zanchi. It's the number 132 Ford Mustang to be exact. P7 for Bruno, by the way. Hayden Puddock now back in the driver's seat of the number 274 Aston Martin. This is the Baller Squad Racing Aston Martin, P5 now for them. There is, however, a 91-second gap between them and P4. Five-second time penalty handed out to the number 164 Aston Martin. That is, yeah, Michael Romagnoli. Those 5 seconds are gonna hurt. Emiliano Lopez, the number 16 Ferrari on our screen here, having some fun in the water and splashing through as they go through the Camel Straight, getting a nice visual of Maximilian Fruhauf for Under Fire Racing Team in the number 847 McLaren, coming through Stavlo, or Campus and Stavlo. We're gonna get down, ready to go down to Blanchimont. We started with 47 cars on the grid to start the 24 Hours of Spa presented by Odyssey Racing League. We are now down to 33. On our screen, the MR Reparto coaching teammates, our sister teams, helping each other out. The 165 making way and to allow the 164 to move up. The track times that the drivers are completing right now in the wet have increased. So now the fastest time on track is held still by the number 47, Wilf Paduano. 2:30.977 for them. It's blazing quick in the wet. Only less than... less than 15 seconds of time difference in the wet. That's really good. Or about 15 seconds. Can we see the top 10? Yes, we can. In the lead of the race, the number 224 is actually in the pit lane trying to get that one of the wet pit stops done. Are they going to be changing into wets, staying out in dries? Who knows? We also see, everyone in the top 10 at least started to get into the pits, excuse me. As you do see the number 224 going back out on track. We might see a little bit of a difference in the tree for a lot of these drivers, however. P1, it is Jeffrey Miguel Reno Ricci for Simotech Automation. The number 224, Aston Martin in P1. In P2, the 0 Point Racing Lexus, driven by Lauridis Iverson. P3, Stefano Battistella, the 999 AMG. They are in the pit lane, so if any of these cars that are outside of the pit lane decide to not go in and follow them, they are going to be moving up a bunch of spots. But as of right now, Stefano is in the 999 in P3. P4, Wilf Paduano also entering the pit lane. It is a pit lane party tonight, huh? Right, Michael Romagnoli leaving the pit lane now, so he might be gaining a couple spots depending on where they are in the pit lane order and how many laps they have under their belt. P6, Hayden Puddock. This is the Baller Squad Racing Aston Martin. Might be gaining a spot here depending on how quick of an exit the number 164 gets. This is a fight for position here between the number 274 and the number 164. Coming out now, the number 164 is going to have to stay out on the exit, and the number 274 of the Baller Squad Racing team is able to get out ahead, a little bit ahead, less than 4 seconds, about 3.5 seconds between the 274 and the 164. So that does move Hayden Puckett up into P5. Michael Romagnoli, P6. Our P7 goes to Artem Voskovsky. The Speed Stars Lamborghini. P8 goes to Alexei Degani. P9 Nicolas Menendez. And P10 Chandler Williams. Chandler's just getting into the pit lane, so he is going to be rounding off our top 10. It does look like that 10th spot is secure as the car behind him, that's the 696 car. I sit corrected, they just passed him. I was reading the pit lane wrong. And we're watching the 696 now make the overtake, so now that is Kevin Herman now in P10 for Valkyra Performance. It has been an incredible journey so far, but it is not over yet for Team Trax Racing. Jaden Eckrig in the seat, hopefully staying dry in there and trying to put out as much pace as they can in the wet. 1.5 seconds between Jaden and Luke Addison, and the number 13 Ford Mustang in front of them. Now, racing fans, 6:36 a.m. in game time, in sim time. 3 hours, 33 minutes, and 35 seconds left in our 24 hours of Spa presented by Odyssey Racing League. 18 degrees Celsius on the track, 18 degrees Celsius ambient temperature. It is raining, as you can see, so those tires And those brakes are going to be very cold. It's going to be very hard to keep them up to temperature and in the correct pressure window. And as it continues to rain and the water keeps piling up on the track, it's going to get even harder and harder. But speaking of something that was hard, let's talk about something that's actually been made easy, and that is actually been able to stay with y'all for at least these past 20 hours so far, watching these incredible drivers give everything they can out on the track, being able to interact with you, the viewer, here on YouTube, and even with some of the special guests that we had here in the booth. I want to thank each and every single one of you for joining us and being a part of this incredible experience. Now, the race isn't over yet. We still have 3 hours, 31 minutes left, so anything can happen. Positions can be won, positions can be lost. Maybe even the race can be won or lost within the next 3 hours. A stop and go for speeding in the pit lane for the number 148. Oh, no. That's Cornet. Oh, that is one of the Cornet teams. Or one of the Cornet... that's the team with the two-person team, I believe.
Yeah, that's right. Also, hello.
Hello, Chad. I know you're having technical difficulties with your internet, so hopefully it's doing a lot better right now.
Yeah, things are good now.
Excellent. Yeah, drive-through for the 427. That is... Oh man, that doesn't even make me happy. You know, I'm not even racing, and I'm not happy about that. With our official timer winding down, I also wanted to give a quick shout out as well to some very special people here at Odyssey Racing League. First and foremost, our patrons. We do have a patron where you can follow us, and all of the donations, patron monies that come in, go directly back into the league, server costs, prize pools. And I just wanted to thank not some of our patrons today. You have Matt Hugh, Julius Tan, Nicholas Woods, Abdul Rauf, Derek Anderson, Joel Price, Jose Hernandez, Nate Schreiber, Neil Baravotes, Sven Goose, Jose Kaiser, Bill Cryotheos, Robbie Sorta Asian, Marcos Pimentel, and Dean Solomon. Thank you so much for your patronage. Again, without you, we wouldn't be able to keep the lights on. Another quick special shout out to the Odyssey Racing League stewards. You may be able to interact with us here in the broadcast booth and hear us talking and bantering and laughing and yelling. But we also have some live stewards behind the scenes that have been working tirelessly these past 20 hours to try to bring you the most fair racing possible that Odyssey Racing League can provide. So a big shout out to the live stewards and all of our stewards. Give yourself a pat on the back. You deserve it. And a very nice nap after this. Do you think it's possible that after this 24-hour race, I could go to sleep for 24 hours to recover, Shot?
No, unfortunately, I don't think you'll be able to.
Darn it.
I think what's most likely going to happen is you're going to be so tired that you're going to be back up just a few hours later.
We have a safety
slow
car.
down to 105.
Incredible.
4, 3.
Within the last
2,
4 hours, even
1.
under 3 hours and 30 minutes, we now have a safety car being called.
Here on out, do not overtake and do not speed. Any further collisions will be penalized.
Did we catch what caused it?
Let's see if we
16,
can check.
I watched you do that, by the way. Caught in 4K.
I don't know if this may be part of the incident, but we do see that it's number 16 going through Blanchiment, and it, oh my goodness, yeah, hitting the back of that Ford Mustang. That is not something that the stewards are going to be happy about. So we're going to wait and see what they think about that. However, as the safety car is getting ready to come out of the pits, as the cars continue their laps and so they can catch up to the safety car. Again, a quick shout out to the viewers, the fans, everyone watching from home, whether you are watching live or in the future. Thank you so much for joining us.
You guys can go to 120 kilometers per hour, 120 kilometers per hour just to speed up P1 getting to the exit of the pit.
We are waiting on the safety car instructions to be handed out. As we see the number 1 safety car driven by our very own Richard Harknett is out on the track, actually in the pit lane. Should be getting ready relatively soon. As we remove autopilot and keep an eye
P1.
on the number 1. The ORL safety car brought to you by Odyssey Racing League. So we did have a safety car being triggered. So we are waiting for the leader to catch or to start getting closer to the source so that we can collect the leader and start the safety car process.
Safety car is at pit limiter speed. Slow down when you approach it.
Green flag, blue flag.
And that is the official restart for the Odyssey Racing League. 24 hours of Spa. 3 hours, 9 minutes left in the race. That means we have gone through 20 hours and 50 minutes of exciting action here at Spa-Francorchamps. My name is Christian Julian. I also go by Koji here at Odyssey Racing League, and I am joined in the booth by my partner in crime, Chad McLean. Chad, how you doing, Chad?
I am doing all right. I'm getting a little tired though, but I'm excited. Everything's ramped right back up now after that safety car. Excited to see how things go. Gates are closed up right now. It's going to be a real good next little bit for sure.
We have the top 10 all on the lead lap. That is 499 laps around Spa. So we have 3 hours to go. So that is most probably going to be over 600 laps that we're going to be putting down here at Spa. That is incredible to see. But something incredible that is also happening on off our screen, but now towards on our screen right now, it's Michael Romagnoli, the number 164 Aston Martin, able to get past Stefano Bosignore in the 999 AMG there on the restart. So the Aston Martin showing off those aquatic skills. Maybe a couple of hidden gills back there behind the two front tires there. Because as I said before, and as I would like to preach, and I'm going to continue preaching, I think the Aston Martin is one of the best cars, if not the best car, in the wet. Father Squad Racing, Aston Martin being piloted by Hayden Puddock right now in P6. The 999 in front has a drive-through penalty, so that is going to be putting Hayden Puddock into the top 5. That is a drive-through for track limits. Oh no. So now towards the end of the race, again, all teams are going to be starting to push a little bit more. Especially with this safety car restart, teams are going to try to now create as much gap and cushion as they can between them and the car behind them. And that drive-through is going to be very painful. And all the penalties now, especially under 3 hours, is going to be very painful. Because the amount of time that you're going to have to try to make up for that lost time is going to go down as Hayden Puddock tries to make a move along the right side of the Kemmel Straight, but he makes it happen along the left side, round the long way to go. What an interesting move Hayden Puddock makes. Tried to fake along the inside. The 999 falls for the bait, bites on the bait really hard, falls for it. Then that leaves the 274 able to go back to the racing line, get better grip there because there's less water, and able to make the overtake into turns 5, 6, and 7. And I don't know about you, Chad, but as we were talking about it with Isaac earlier, the Baller Squad Racing Aston Martin basically owns that corner. Anytime they go into turns 5, 6, and 7, they're doing incredible overtakes and making something appear out of almost nothing.
Yeah, I was listening when you guys were talking about that. They've definitely dominated that portion of the track thing. Majority, if not all, of the race up to this point. So it's incredible to see.
Will Paduano a couple spots forward. However, he's trying to get into P2. Another drive-through handed out to the 71. They're in the pit lane though right now, so they are going to be serving that drive-through. So earlier in the race, the leader of the amateur cars, as we do see the 999 diving into the pits, joining the pit lane party. but not being able to stay for very long as they are having to serve a drive-through.
Really great seeing the battles way up front right now. And the second, third,
Oh
and fourth.
no, the drive-throughs are starting to pile in. Did you see that? It was a rapid fire of drive-throughs. They are, oh my goodness. The monkey wrench being thrown in towards the end of the race. The rain is starting to well, it's not starting to, it's continuing to pour down onto the track. So that rain is going to start pulling up in a bunch of spots that you don't want it to, and it's going to make this track very slippery. We had an interesting time at the beginning of the race. It only rained for like an hour or so. Then we had a very, very long dry spell, and now I think it's going to keep raining.
Yeah, it looks like we're gonna get rain at least for the next 20 minutes. It's been consistent the last little bit here, last 10 minutes, slowly decreasing in intensity, and we should start to see some breaks within the next half hour. Now, obviously anything can change, so we'll keep a lookout on that, and then we'll kind of see how that changes things up when that time comes.
We definitely will. Thank you very much for the information, Chad. All three drivers that have the drive-thrus in the pit lane, trying to get rid of it right now. Not waiting until...
It seemed to be pretty good timing for that. They got it right before the end of the lap, so they all just kind of ducked right in, got that cleared right away.
If they all got it at the end of the lap, do you think it was all at Blanchimont? All of them went off. Monkey see, monkey do. They all just went off all at the same time. Oh my goodness! I think that's the most like believable. Like, yeah, I can believe that. Like, yeah, I can see that happening.
There is a train of Aston Martins right now.
There is P1, the number 224, driven by Jeffrey Miguel Reno Ritchie in P1. Again, Simotech Automation. P2, the only Lexus on the track. This is the number 14 Lexus for 0 Point Racing. Then we have a couple of Aston Martins. This is the number 47 Aston Martin for Sky Sim Sport. Sky Sim Sport on a heck of a run. This team has moved up all the way into the podium. What an incredible run. I believe they started... they had an incredible recovery drive. They did start P1, so they were the favorites to win. They got thrown back because of the driver swap bug, but they have fought all the way back up into P3. That's incredible. Aston Martins showing their strength in the rain. Being able to keep up with Chris in the number 14 Lexus. Of course, both manufacturers part of the V8 Superpower. Of this V8 Superpower group, excuse me. I don't know if that went through because of the microphone. I have someone yelling into it. This is another special guest in the booth. This is a furry friend. Her name is Chloe. She's a 2-year-old cat, and she's getting hungry, so she's going to start getting very loud, so I do apologize.
It's about that time.
It is about that time. She does not like to be late. She is very punctual. A drive-through for the number 153. Oh no.
So it looks like we are getting some track time improvements at the front of the leader, the front of the pack. Sorry. It's getting down into the 27s, so slowly we are seeing that decrease. We're still a long way off from that 216.21 that was set by
Stop go 30 for the number 427 for causing a collision. Oh no. That is gonna get rougher and rougher as the race gets towards the end. Brian in the chat, audio problem, all disturbed. That may be just the rain, the sound of the rain in ACC. However, we will get that checked out momentarily. Thank you for letting us know, Brian. Polo in the chat, so many Astons. You are right. The Aston is very popular here. It is a pretty good stable platform. It's great in the wet, in my opinion. And it's probably one of the best cars to choose if you're going to be in a wet race or in a mixed condition race like we are now. It was dry in the beginning, then it rained for about an hour or two, then it stayed dry for the last 15, 16 hours. And then it started, the last 17, 18 hours. And then it started recently raining the last hour. So it's, in my opinion, it's not a bad car to choose. But you are watching the 24 Hours of Spa presented by Odyssey Racing League. There is a $1,000 prize pool for the top 3 teams. The top 3 place teams will be part of the prize pool. They'll each be getting a share, as well as 2 other teams that will be chosen at random from all of the finishing teams of, all of the teams that finish the race that also are not part of the top 3. So the top 3 will be part of the split, and then they'll get 2 random teams that are not part of the top 3, and those will be chosen by a drawing. Tolo, and I heard it has great tire usage. You are right. I also do hear that a lot. It has great tire usage. The number 427, given a drive-through for ignoring the stint timer. That is, unfortunately, just another kick in the pants for the number 427. Wolf Paduano making the move, getting into P2, getting around that Lexus, and now putting that Lexus in an Aston Martin sandwich. The number 14 Lexus, driven by Chris right now for 0 Point Racing. Trying to apply the pressure and stay up on the back bumper, trying to keep up the pace. As we do also have Michael Romagnoli right on the back bumper of the Lexus. What a move, to be honest. You're right, and what a move, and unfortunately happened to the Lexus. Oh no, Chris taking a spin. The number 14 Lexus was spun backwards. I don't know if that was a collision or if that was a self-induced spin, but that... In racing, anything can happen until the timer hits 0, and unfortunately the Lexus was sitting very nicely in P2 and drops down all the way to P4 now. So Wilf in the number 47 and Michael Romagnoli are going to be given some breathing room, as now Chris is 5 seconds away from Michael, and Michael is 2 seconds away from Wilf. 10-second time penalty handed out to the number 300.
Here's a real shame for the Lexus there. I'm not quite sure what happened yet. I will check in with the stewards here shortly. But it might just be... Sorry. Excuse me. It might just be that a little bit too much throttle down on the exit there and looped himself. That's what I'm thinking most likely happened. I don't think I saw any contact there. But I'm sure he can make up a little bit of that time, for sure.
I do agree. I don't think I saw any contact between both of those cars, and it may have looked like we have been talking about the V8s all day, right? And the power and the awesomeness of the V8, and that might have been just an example of the awesomeness of the power of the V8. Maybe a little bit too much of that awesomeness, and that induced that spin there at the exit of the bus stop, especially in the rain, and that the red and yellow strip chicane there, or not chicane, sorry, the those rumble strips. They get so slippery in the rain, and sometimes you're not really paying attention, and you kind of just take the normal racing line and slip. You go straight into the wall.
Yeah, it's so easy to make a mistake, especially when you've been racing this long and you're battling so close. The slightest mistake can really have a major impact on your entire race. But number 14's been really consistent this entire race, and I feel like he's going to be able to chip away that time, catch back up to the group there, and I still believe he's going to be in the fight for a podium. That's my projection.
Hey, I was gonna make the joke, hey, ALEXA, right? But I'm not gonna say it. I was actually gonna say the name, and then my phone would go off. So I'm not gonna say that. But let's put a pin on that, and let's see if that actually comes true for the end of the race. Right now, we are on board with the number 132, who is trying to get on the back bumper of the number 274, which is the Baller Squad Racing Aston Martin. Right now, in the seat of that is Hayden Puddock. We're looking at Alex Degani trying to make that top 5 happen for the SWIT team. So we do have in the chat street cinematics. Can we see lap times? Sure, we can see some lap times. So do we have... Actually, this does not have the lap times. Whoops. Oh my goodness. I'm hitting the wrong one. Oh, I guess we can't. I do apologize. I can also let you know the lap times. You can just let me know a car number or a driver or a team name and I can let you know their lap time. A drive-through to the number 47. I didn't think this was gonna be possible. Oh no. So the Sky Sim Sport Aston Martin was making such a great recovery drive, and another kink in the armor of the number 47. So they're gonna have to go into the pit lane and they're gonna have to go through that drive-through, and that is about a 60-something second drive-through, so they're gonna be losing a lot of spots here. Street Cinematics, thank you. I would like the first 3. I do apologize for interrupting you there, Chad.
No worries.
You were saying something, I'm sorry?
I was just saying, that's all it takes. That little mistake right there, and number 14 is gonna be right back fighting in the podium once again.
I think so, but we could look at the lap times right now. So it is raining here at Spa-Francorchamps, so the lap times are going to be a lot slower than what we're used to. However, the top 3 are doing relatively quick. Number 224 in first place. Their fastest time, 227.395. And that is Jeffrey Miguel Rino Ricci in the driver's seat there for Simotech Automation. P2, that's Wilf Paduano. Unfortunately, given a drive-through penalty, so the number 47 is going to have to enter the pits. Their fastest time, 228.012. And then to round off your podium, Michael Romagnoli, the MR Repardo coaching Aston Martin. The number 164 Aston Martin to be exact. 227.127. Oh, a little bit of contact there at the exit of the bus stop. However, both cars coming out relatively clean. Will it stop raining? Asks Street Cinematics. I am checking my weather right now. Oh, contact! Oh, contact! Oh, was there a secondary event happening from that? No, it doesn't look like it.
It does look like the rain is going to stop in the next couple minutes here. And we're already starting to see some improvement in the lap times in the top 4 at least. Roughly about 4 to 5 seconds improvement compared to the majority of the other field, with the exception for when they're actually battling. But within the next couple minutes here, we'll see the bulk of the rain actually stop, and then that we'll start seeing that dry line come through just a little bit more.
Something we're also going to have to keep an eye on as that time winds down is how many pit stops or how much fuel these drivers need left and how many pit stops that they can Actually, let me rephrase that. How many pit stops less that these teams have to take? So these teams are calculating for the least amount of pit stops, so they spend the least amount of time in the pits, in the pit lane party with us here in the broadcaster booth, and more time out on the track, putting laps under their belt. It's going to be very interesting to see as the timer winds down when these teams elect to take their final pit stop. Some teams might elect to go for a full tank and continue racing until the very end. Some of them might go until their tanks are empty and might just splash and dash it with 30 minutes left to go and try to just put in a quarter or even half a tank and try to race from there. 15-second time penalty handed out to the number 8 car. That is, again, the closer we get to that 0 timer there, it's going to be very difficult to recover from the penalties. 7:27 in the morning in the simulation, 19 degrees Celsius on the track, 19 degrees Celsius ambient temperature. So it is starting to warm up. It's a lot warmer than it was during the nighttime stints. It's starting to be around the same temperature that it was during the day. However, it is raining, so the tire temps, the brake temps, and tire degradation is completely different than what it was 14, even 15 hours ago.
Continue to see improvements at the front there. They're up to the 226s now. As that rain slows down, it's only going to get quicker and quicker. And our number 14 is back up in 3rd place. Fantastic.
We are on board with the number 132, trying to get on the back bumper of the Baller Squad Racing Aston Martin out in front. That's number 274, Aston Martin to be exact. As we are actually on board with the number 132 now. As we see them fighting through the rain. And trying to stay on that back bumper, the Ford Mustang, showing that it is a force to be reckoned with, especially here on the long straights where both of these cars are, well, more so the Mustang, but it's able to stretch its legs a lot better on the straights. It is raining, so they're gonna have to dial back their temperament a little bit. However, the Ford Mustang still screams down the straights here.
With those brakes, he's able to just come in brake so much later and make sure he can stay right on the back of the Aston Martin. Not giving him any breathing room at all.
Street cinematics in the chat. It's incredible to see so many V8s that consume quite a lot of fuel to be so fast. Oh, you're right, but that's the awesome part. And the best and the most amazing part, they sound amazing. Ghost in the chat. Can we see some number 71 after the battle? Yes, we can. We can see some number 71 after this battle. Alexei Degani in the number 132 on the back bumper of Hayden Puddock. Both front engine V8s. Both cars able to get around No Name down the hill And now into the double left-hander of Pujon. I believe that's how it's pronounced. I keep always mispronouncing it. Number 16 getting a drive-through for track limits. Because we do have another battle also happening on our screen. Jorgen Verlinden for Team Tracks Racing along the inside of the number 900, able to make that move stick, and that is Thomas for OSRT on the 900, looking to take back that position to get back inside of the top 30. As you do see, the 777 BMW has a 20-second time penalty, and number 16 Ferrari a drive-through. Street cinematics. I missed a big chunk of the race when the track was dry. What was the pace of the first car? So the fastest time on track during the dry, let me see if I can bring that up. It was 2:16.2 or 2:16.3, which at Spa is, I don't want to cuss, right? But it's that word fast. Like it's, that's incredibly fast. So 2:16.2 was the fastest time, or 2:16.3. I may also be misremembering, and it was 2:16.5, but I believe it was 2:16.2.
No, we have a 2:16.21 set by car number 47.
0.21. Oh, almost dipping their toes into the 2:15s there.
Yeah, that was set about 2 hours ago, right before all the rain started. And originally it was held by the race leader, number 224, with the 2:16.395, and then he was edged out. That's by a tenth and a bit.
On board now with the number 71 BMW, driven by Breda. I'm gonna say Breda. I'm gonna take another crack at that. I'm gonna go with Brudea. I probably said them both wrong, so please let me know in the chat how bad that was. We do have a new race leader. The number 224 has entered the pits. So now our new race leader, the number 164. This is Michael Romagnoli for MR Reparto Coaching, now in the lead. And with a little bit of open air in front of them, they're going to be catching up to the 71 kind of soon. However, it's going to be giving them a nice little bit of cushion. The car behind them, the number 14 Lexus, 8 seconds behind. Hayden Puddock, the number 274 Baller Squad Racing Aston Martin, about 13, yeah, it's actually 14 seconds behind Chris.
see the rain has stopped now, which is really good. So really not that much time. We're gonna see that racing line dry real quick, and people are gonna be thinking about changing those tires too, especially I think on close to the end of those 10 timers here.
Some cars just left the pits too. They just went in and left the pits, and then it just stopped raining. So did they know it was gonna stop? Did they switch to? Hopefully they switched to slicks early or like at the right time, because it's gonna be. It's gonna be. Yeah, you're right. It is gonna be wet for a little bit. However, that draw line is gonna form very quickly, especially with the amount of cars still out on the track right now. 35 cars remaining. 2 hours, 32 minutes left to go in the 24 hours of Spa presented by Odyssey Racing League. That is a lot of laps we've done so far. 514 laps around Spa. I think that's probably more laps than I've ever done here. That is a lot of laps.
Altogether, I don't think I've even done that many laps here. I really did it. Looks like the majority of the field has already come off, or didn't go on the wet tires during that period there. There's only a couple people left on the wets, which is good. Majority of the front's sitting in the pits now, getting new tires.
Alright, looks like they timed it perfectly, and they are now going into the pits to put on a fresh pair of slicks and hopefully keep those on, or keep that slick tire compound out for the rest of the race. So hopefully no more rain in the forecast. And if it does, it wasn't me. Oh, great battle happening here. Gaten Cornet, the number 148 Porsche, battling it out with the number 847 McLaren in front of him. That's Ballant Bronze. Separation happening now. We have that weird bug again where the drivers are inside of the pit lane. It looks like they're being put up on the air jacks, and they're showing a yellow flag in that area and in that sector. Such an interesting and odd visual bug to see. I wonder if the drivers see that as the same way that we do in the booth. Now, racing fans, less than 2 hours and 30 minutes remaining in the Odyssey Racing League 24 Hours of Spa. Just a quick reminder, there is a 1,000 USD prize pool. It's going to be distributed among the top 3 teams, the top 3 winning teams, as well as 2 randomly selected teams that will be added into a prize, and that will be part of a separate prize pool. I may have misspoke a little bit earlier when I said that they will be sharing part of that $1,000 prize pool. I do believe that they will be part of a separate prize pool and be winning separate prizes. So I do apologize for misspeaking there. We're going to go back to the action here at Spa-Francorchamps. Kajpa now in the driver's seat of the number 224 Aston Martin. This is P4 for them. Number 23 Lamborghini. We do see them in P2. Hayden Puddock. That's the Aston Martin for the Baller Squad Racing Team. They are on the top set of the podium. And they're probably feeling pretty good about themselves. 515 laps in.
Unfortunately, he won't be up there for too much longer. He still has to come into his pit here shortly. But hopefully he can make a bit of a gap here and leverage the free air that he's got. So when he does eventually come into the pits,
a little too far. A little too deep for the number 224. I mean, excuse me, the number 164 and 224 able to make the move stick, even though he went a little too deep. Now in P3. Number 224 Aston Martin making that move happen.
Kilometers an hour in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 100 kilometers per hour.
We have a safety car being called out. So that is the Odyssey Racing League safety car being deployed out on the track. Gonna be keeping an eye on the safety car as we see the rest of the cars start to make their way around the track. We are in code 100. so drivers may not go faster than 100 kilometers an hour as they go around the track, getting into position, waiting for the safety car. And with that, we're going to go to a quick intermission. The broadcasters are going to go to the snack booth and go get some food before they close, because I do believe they close a little bit before, way before the race ends. They close the snack tents. So we will be right back.
Time. Cars ahead of. Is in the pit, so there will be a new leader in a moment. We will let you know. Looks like car number 23 will be the leader. You guys may increase your speed to 120 kilometers an hour. If 274 comes out of the pits before 23 comes around, he will still be the leader. .274 is the leader. Engage your pit limiter once you come behind the safety car. 47 you may overtake. .19 you may overtake. Cars ahead of the safety car may speed up to catch the safety car. 19 may overtake. 391 you may also overtake. 16 may overtake. 8 may overtake. 847 overtake. If you are not caught up to the safety car, you may catch up to the safety car and speed up a little bit. No speed limit, just be safe and do not overtake or make contact. Also, do not overtake the safety car without permission or being told. 847 overtake, 204 overtake, 104, 13, 69, 141. '96 may overtake, 901, 427, 300, 165. All those numbers may overtake. Please speed up to catch a safety car. You guys may go faster, not at race pace. Just do not overtake each other and be safe. '96 overtake. '148 overtake. 577 overtake. 777 overtake. '749 overtake. Please speed up to catch the safety car if you are coming up to it. We're going to try and make this one quick and keep it under one lap. 414 and 71 may overtake. '153 overtake. 696 overtake. 74 overtake. 900 overtake. 994 overtake. Overtake and 16 overtake. Alright, the safety car is going to release the pit limiter and carry you guys to 100 kilometers. You may release your pit limiter and keep up with the safety car. We are resuming this lap. P1 of 274 is the pace car now and may resume after the finish line and before the start line. There is no overtaking until after the bus stop. Green flag, race resumed.
We heard the green flag of the restart. And the number 274, Aston Martin, was able to get out ahead, but it looks like the number 23 was able to make a move along the inside of the combs of turn 5, 6, and 7. So now Kobe McVeigh into the Baller Squad Racing. Aston Martin moves down into P2. We do have now a new leader, the number 23, Lamborghini, driven by Evgeny Gamov. In P3, Kajpa, number 224, Aston Martin, making a move along the inside. Their Aston Martin counterpart, making some Aston Martin on Aston Martin violence happening. As we do see another Aston Martin in Zach Schneider. That's the Baller Squad Racing Aston Martin. Coming up and also trying to get a piece of that action. All the cars within the top 10 are well within a second of each other. And it's going to be very interesting to see how the last 2 hours and 11 minutes of this race wind down. What is this race, you ask? Well, this is the 24 Hours of Spa presented by Odyssey Racing League. We have been on the track and racing for over 21 hours and 48 minutes left, and 48 minutes total. We do have 2 hours and 11 minutes left. And so we see that checkered flag drop. Toga Motorsport asking how many cars are left. Chad McLean answering 35. He is correct. There are 35 cars left. I believe we started the night, or excuse me, the morning, yesterday morning. I believe we started with 47 cars on the grid. We had 49 total, but that is 2 safety cars that includes. So 49 minus 2. Carry the 7. It's 47. Zach Schneider and Tommaso going blow for blow here, coming down Camel Straight. They're also catching up to Kobe McVeigh in the Baller Squad Racing Aston Martin. So it is a train of Aston Martins coming through. It's actually 4 to be exact. It's K-Paw in second, Kobe McVeigh in third, Tommaso Pagliai in fourth, and Zach Schneider in fifth. We do have the lone Lexus in P6. That's number 14 Lexus, driven by Christers Notice. Our leader, the number 23 Lamborghini, Evgeny Gamov. P7 Francesco Casali. P8 Stefano Bosignore. P9 Wilf Paduano. And P10 Cameron Hunt to round off your top 10 after the restart. Possible contact happening between all of these cars battling for position. Looks like the Ford Mustang may have gotten the short end of the stick there as they are dropping down. Well, there are 2 Ford Mustangs. I do mean the number 132 Ford Mustang. The 13 Ford Mustang, driven by Cameron Hunt, is in P9 now. So they're able to break the barrier of the T10, break down the barrier and get back up into the top 10. They were on the top step of the podium for a while, leading the race and being on the lead lap for a while. However, they are now in P9 as we do see almost 3 wide coming in. The Aston Martin trying to get across, trying to get space and trying to rejoin on the track. The 999 AMG did not give them enough, leave them enough space. And a little bit of contact occurred there. However, no harm, no foul. Everyone's okay. And everyone can continue racing. A little bit of water left on the track.
Yeah, that dry racing line, or that racing line, is definitely becoming a little more defined and dry. Wouldn't be surprised if you see a little bit more progression throughout the lap. Things have tightened up quite a bit. Watching the times here, again, we're pushing, and the last lap they were doing 2:25. So in the last half hour, they've already dropped down about 5-6 seconds. Significant. And the sun is going to continue to come out and help drive that track as well. And we're going to see these lap times fairly quickly. Lots of positions big right now. Good battle between two. Oh, there's like a three-way battle right now. 5, 6, 7. Oh, actually, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 all within a second.
Oh, it looks like Kobe McVeigh had a squirrely exit there coming out of campus. Now through Stavlo. They moved down a couple spots on the restart now. After everything is starting to get a little bit settled, a lot of these cars are still on the back bumpers of each other, so they are applying pressure when they can. And it does feel like that the number 274 is starting to feel a little bit of that pressure. However, 2 hours, 6 minutes, 6 minutes left in the 24 hours of Spa presented by Odyssey Racing League. Still more than enough time to make up these spots, especially with this, only this much distance between them. This is less than a second between all of these cars. So way more than enough time to make up that space and make up those positions that you lost.
Amazing to see just how much of a gap our race leader has already created within just a few laps. Just goes to show you how much that battling is really holding these guys back. But also the raw pace of the front as they're getting now into the top of the 23s and low 24s. Just chipping away that time. Really, those lap times are going to get back down to our normal race times, 2:16s, 2:17s, really soon.
It does look like that it's taking a little bit longer than expected for the track to warm up, as we do see almost 3 wide coming into turn 7 there. That is an interesting addition there. I mean, not addition. I mean, well, when you add 1 and 1 and 1, is that 3, right? But going into a corner, that's not what you want to see, especially that kind of a corner, turn 7. Sometimes when you see 3 wide like that, like someone is someone is bound to get banished into the shadow realm that is the wall at the bottom of the hill there. However, everyone came out fine.
Yeah,
I'm actually pretty excited.
You gotta love when you're just on edge that whole time. It's definitely a fun trip.
Right now on our screen, we are seeing a battle brewing between the 0 Point Racing teammates Cameron Hunt in the number 13 Ford Mustang and Christopher Znotis in the number 14 Lexus, who's actually sitting in P3. Is going to have to defend against their sister car. While we also have Wilf Paduano in the number 47 Aston Martin, about a second and a half behind them. So let's see if, and let's keep an eye on them, if the number 13 and 14 come up with a strategy to keep one of them on the podium for the next 2 hours. 2 minutes left. As we are getting closer to that 2 hour mark, I wanted to do a quick shout out as well. To our patrons. You go to patreon.com/Odyssey Racing League. You too can become a patron and help us keep the lights on. But some of the things that we also do with your donations is server costs and prize money. We put all of the money that we make and the donations we receive right back into the league. As we do see a nice switchback between the number 13 and 14. It does look like they're going to be switching spots. They're going to be staying close to each other, making themselves as wide as possible. Little flashes from the Aston. Maybe not too happy with the team tactics that are going on in front of them. However, just like in F1, I don't think it's illegal to be able to do team tactics unless it's nefarious and you're doing multiple moves or slowing your car down on purpose, like we may have seen in IMSA earlier this year. Between the BMWs and the I was about to say that would have been embarrassing if I said clarinets, because that is not a car, that is a musical instrument. So we can see that the 24 hours, or getting close to that 24-hour mark, is starting to take a toll not only on the drivers but also on the staff and the admins here. So a quick shout out really quickly to our patrons: Matt Hugh, Julius Tan, Nicholas Woods, Abdul Rauf, Derek Anderson, Joel Price, Jose Hernandez, Nate Schreiber, Neil Baravotes, Sven Goose, Jose Kaiser, Bill Cryotheos, Robbie Sorta Asian, Marcos Pimentel, and Dean Solomon. Thank you very much, each and every one of you, for your patronage. I've said this before and I keep saying this 1,000 times. Without you, we wouldn't be able to keep the lights on. For the stewards and live stewards that are here and listening into the broadcast, a quick shout out to you, as well as the rest of the admin team here at Odyssey Racing League. You, the fans, watching here at home or at work or on the go, wherever you are. A big shout out to you, and a big overtake happening there in front, as we can see it. The number 47 Aston Martin able to get out in front of the 14, as the number 14 elects to take their drive through early and leaves their sister teammate out to defend against the number 47 by themselves. I believe a drive through is 62 to 63 seconds from pit entry to pit exit. So it is going to be a long amount of time. Oh, Sully in the chat, 0 Point looking strong. They are looking very strong. Both teams and both sets of drivers looking relatively strong. As we do see also the number 47 giving a strong elbow to the Ford Mustang as we see them both get squarely on the exit, losing both of the ends, but it looks like the number 47 is able to regain control and stays out on track, keeps the position, and keeps moving forward. That is the number 13, losing out the podium spot to the number 47. So the number 47 moving up into P3. The number 13 knocked down into P4. A 999, a 5-second time penalty, a drive-through for the number 515. And 5 seconds apiece to the number 14 and to the number 23. Benjamin, in the chat, what lap is everyone thinking the race will end on? I'm thinking 580. 1 hour to go, 525 laps. I think it's going to be like 567. Let's go with 567. I'm going to write that down, because that actually might be a decent prediction. Let's go 567. I want to write that down. Everyone here in the chat, you heard it here as well. 567. If I get it right, all of you owe me a nice, clean, crisp high five. If I get it wrong, I owe you nothing.
Call that a win-win.
The number 900 Ferrari on the back bumper of the number 414 Ford Mustang, battling it out, trying to get out of P30. The number 900 goes along the inside. Can he make it stick? He does. The number 414 left the door a little too wide open there. So that is Jeremy Gore for OSRT moving up into P29. Dylan Smith in the 414 Ford Mustang moving down into P30. It is 8:30 a.m. in sim time. 21 degrees Celsius ambient temperature, 21 degrees Celsius on the track. The temperature has risen a couple of degrees, so the race engineers for a lot of these teams are going to be looking at the tire temps for this next stint, because this may be the second to last stint and the second to last pit stop that the drivers have taken. So they have one more to go, and then that is gonna, or they have one final pit stop to go until the end of the race, and it's gonna be a dash until the end by the looks of it for a lot of these drivers. 15-second time penalty handed out to the number 71 BMW. And since we're under the 2 minutes, oh, that is going to be super painful. Right now, 1 hour, 39 minutes left to go. The number 224 is your leader. That's the Simotech Automation Aston Martin, driven by Kaj Pa. In P2, the number 164 Aston Martin, driven by MR Reparto Coaching, driven by Michael Romagnoli, excuse me. Wilf Paduano, the Sky Sim Sport Aston Martin, taking a couple hits, however, getting right back up, now into the podium, plus 5-second time penalty for them. They are in P3 right now. P4 Cameron Hunt. This is the number 13 Ford Mustang for 0 Point Racing. P5 the 999 AMG, driven by Stefano Bossignore for ATS Corsa Esport. P6, that's number 132 Ford Mustang for SWIT. P7, driven by Tim Boshansky, excuse me, for Team Purple Deluxe. That's a 391 BMW for the Team Purple Deluxe team. Christers Snodis is the 0 Point Racing sister team. This is in the Lexus, however, is number 14 Lexus to be exact. P8, P9 Zach Schneider for Noobs R Us, the number 515 Aston Martin, with a Canadian driver behind the wheel. And to finish off your top 10, this is Artem Voskovsky, number 23 Lamborghini Huracan Evo 2, my favorite car in ACC and in all of GT3 racing in general, in P10. Is Christers able to get alongside into the braking zone? He is, and it's going to be a switchback from the number 391. It might be the Team Purple Deluxe BMW is going to be putting up a fight, because we are under 100 minutes left in the Odyssey Racing League. 24 hours of Spa. A squirrely entrance coming up the hill there for the Team Purple Deluxe BMW. So that is going to be the Lexus using all of that V8 power available to it to scream up farther away, trying to create a bigger cushion between them and that BMW. The blue flags are flying, which means I believe that is that Ford Mustang that is in front that is going to have to give space. A little bit of the flashy flashies to let him know that he is coming by. Oh, it does look like that Ford Mustang is not budging a centimeter. I do sit corrected. They lifted off coming into the braking zone and allowed the number 14 to get past. That is the number 141. So that is the Ford in P13, and that is Kenneth behind the wheel there. So great sportsmanship from Kenneth, giving way to the Lexus within 2 sectors. And speaking of Lexus, if anybody in the chat has a specific car that they would like to see more of, a specific team, maybe even a driver, don't be afraid to shout them out in the chat. I would love to give them more screen time.
Alright, well, Christian, I think it's about that time for me.
You got it, Chad. Thank you so much for joining me in the booth. Had a wonderful
Honestly,
time
thank
with you here.
Yeah, it's been a pretty eventful last roughly 6 hours or so. I don't know exactly when I got in, but definitely enjoyed it. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you everyone for participating in the event and for being here for the stream. This is me, Matt. I'm signing off. Thanks again, Christian.
Thank you so much for joining us, Chad. You're always more than welcome to come back. Just shoot me a DM. Love to do this again.
Sounds good. Alright, cool.
And that leaves the captain to continue piloting the ship until the very end. 1 hour, 32 minutes left in the 24 hours of Spa presented by Odyssey Racing League. Almost there. Almost there, chat. Almost there. Hello, racing fans. If you are just tuning in, or if you have no clue what you are watching right now, you are actually tuned in to the 24 Hours of Spa presented by Odyssey Racing League. Started June 7th at 8 a.m. Eastern. This is Assetto Corsa Competizione, that is the name of the simulation that we are in, and there is a 1,000 USD prize pool split amongst the top 3 winners. If you would like to connect with us more, you can find us at discord.gg/Odyssey Racing League, or on YouTube and Instagram at Odyssey Racing League, or even on X at @ORL_official. BSR's downfall in this race should be studied, says Radovan Zenkel. I don't think they're doing relatively bad. They are in the pit lane right now, so it looks like they might be at the end of their stint timer. Number 274, Aston Martin, driven by Nathan Smythe Adams. P10 overall. Gonna be keeping an eye on them. Less than 90 minutes to go in the 24 Hours of Spa presented by Odyssey Racing League. Your leader right now, if the race were to end, it is the number 224 for Simotech Automation, driven by Kaj Pa. P2 Tommaso Pagliai for MR Rapardo Coaching, the number 164 Aston P2. P3 Wilf Paduano. There's the Sky Sim Sport Aston Martin. In the pit lane, Christers Snodis. It's for 0 Point Racing. And P4 with the number 14 Lexus. P5 Artyom Voskovsky, the number 23 Lamborghini. And P5 for Speed Stars. P6 Shea O'Sullivan for 0 Point Racing. This is the sister team to the number 14 Lamborghini. P6 overall. P7 Alexei Degani. This is for SWIT, the number 132 Ford Mustang P7. P8 Stefano Bosignore. I believe I've been pronouncing his name that way all day. And it may be pronounced wrong. And I do apologize, Stefano. So please let me know if that is correct or incorrect the way I've been pronouncing your name. Let me know in the Discord. And if it's bad, let me know let me know that it's bad and how to pronounce it correctly. P9, Nathan Smythe Adams, the number 274 Aston Martin for Baller Squad Racing in the top 10. And Zach Schneider, the number 515 Aston Martin for Noobs Are Us, rounding off the top 10. Michael Harper in the chat, please could you show car 69 as he is making his racing debut? I 100% can. The number 69 car, let's look for them. 69. There it is, the number 69, Joshua Harper. The English driver in the German machinery. This is the number 69 Porsche to be exact for Power Drive. P13 for them. Just to give a little bit on board here and see the track through the eyes of Joshua Harper, who is in that bucket seat to our left. We are coming down the hill into turn 2, up El Rouge to a Radion, out through the long Kimmel Straight as we see him go up into the 6th gear and into the hard braking zone. Once you hit that yellow and red striping, into the right of Lecombs, as we do see a BMW in that rear view mirror almost taking him out in the back. That would have been a very interesting turn of events there for the number 69 Porsche. This is the Porsche 992 GT3R. Very beautiful machine. However, very tricky to handle here in ACC. The Porsche being considered a rear engine car and being the only rear engine car, I wouldn't say in existence, but raced in GT3 right now and being able to make it work. The Porsche, a huge staple in GT3 racing, and a beloved one at that. Very popular. Porsche's super popular in all types of racing. If you're in a race, you are bound to see a Porsche.
Get it going.
One hour and 15 minutes left in the 24 Hours of Spa presented by Odyssey Racing League. We've been going around Spa-Francorchamps for 22 hours already. And I don't know about the drivers, but I honestly, I probably can't feel and understand what the drivers feel, but I'm pretty tired. Do have a new and a friendly face in the booth. Actually not new, he is a tried, true, and tested member of Odyssey Racing League, our leader, Mr. Richard Harknett. Richard, how you doing?
I'm doing pretty well. I'm pretty tired, but I gotta say, and I'm gonna repeat myself here, but everyone in like the race control and organizational like channels are not even collectively a quarter as exhausted as you probably are right now.
Normally my two brain cells that are left in my brain are fighting. Right now they're asleep. So sometimes I can't even pronounce my sentences good.
Yeah, well, I gotta say, it's been a long day. We're coming down to the wire here the last hour and a bit, and we're exhausted. We keep saying to ourselves we're never doing this again, and we realize that the last time we did the 24-hour race, we also said we're never doing this again. So we'll see you guys next year at the next one. But yeah, what a race. It's been very, very interesting. I think the safety car has done exactly what we wanted it to do, because there's still battles at the last hour of the race. I don't foresee us needing it again, because there's so many less cars on the track than there were this morning. And there's a big gap between each car, so hopefully we don't need it again. But yeah, it's been a good race. It's been very, very eventful, had its ups and downs, and now we're just wrapping it up in the last hour and 15 minutes.
That safety car is such an interesting and great addition that Odyssey Racing League has added. In case you don't know, racing fans, the safety car is not something that is native to ACC. So ACC really doesn't have like a safety car feature. There is no safety car command. All of this is actually being done in-house by the ORL staff. So there are staff members that are donning their race suits, putting on their race helmets, getting their hands devices ready, and getting into the safety car and driving around, collecting the grid, making sure they follow the rules, and then restarting the race properly at the start-finish line.
Yeah, it's funny, I'm watching a guy flash a blue flag, but he's so far away, like it's just unnecessary. Some of these guys who are lap up cars just get so impatient. Yeah, so we had, I think, 7 safety cars in total this race.
Oh, along the inside, Shane Sullivan, the number 13 Ford Mustang. Sorry to interrupt you, Richard, but that is Shane Sullivan now stepping onto the podium steps again, moving up into P3, making Artem Voskovsky, the number 23 Lamborghini, try to work back into the podium.
So, what was I saying? I honestly don't remember. I'm so tired, I cannot have a memory of more than 3 seconds. But, yeah, safety car stuff. Who's in the chat? Who's still awake out there? People who are in the chat who are still awake hanging out with us, there's like 30-something people in chat. Just type a 24 into the chat. I want to see who's here. Got 35 people watching.
24
24 in that chat. I want to see who's still here.
24.
Yeah, I guess we got no one in the chat.
No, they they might have fallen asleep before we did.
I don't know how big the delay is on the stream versus us talking, so.
True. I don't think it's that much of a difference. If there is a delay, it's probably 10 seconds, maybe?
It's about 10 seconds.
I want to say that's about 10 seconds. Remco Odden's in the chat. 24. 24! 24, Remco! 24 from Benjamin. So yeah, it's about 10 seconds by the
So we
looks
got
of it.
two. Got two people. I'm literally just hearing the comment right now where I asked about the delay on the stream. So yeah, we're a little
Yep.
bit delayed on my end here.
The
Yeah.
Discord server is gonna be spammed with 24s now. Just watch. 24.
Oh yeah, 'cause they just don't know where to put it.
No, I meant I'm
It's
gonna
like all
spam
those-
it. It's gonna be me. I'm gonna put 24 everywhere. 24.
Like all those whatever streams on YouTube. Put the sevens in the chat. I don't know
The
what that means
sevens in the
though. I've heard that before, but I never understood what it meant.
Oh. So, I'm pretty sure you know what TikTok is, right?
I've heard of it.
So the youngins now use a chat app, not a chat app, sorry, it's just an app. It's like a multimedia app. It's basically like YouTube
The
Shorts.
youngins.
Yeah, but the youngins use this app called TikTok, and they make little videos and they share videos. And on that website, when people are live streaming, they can purchase emojis for real life money and then send those emojis to people. And when they get those emojis, I believe they receive the money that emoji is worth. So one of those emojis
Wild.
is the number 7. So like the lucky 7 that you get in like in the slots machine. And it's worth a certain amount of money. I don't know how much it is actually. Oh, I'm gonna actually look that up because that is some information that I would like to know as well. Please don't ask me how I know this. Actually, I'll tell you. I do have baby cousins. They are under the age of 10. So all they talk about is
More
TikTok.
you know. More you know. Yeah, it's something we've been commenting on throughout this race is how you have not changed the way you sound. Like, you still sound just as energetic. We're all just wondering what you have been taking all day. Are you on, like, Alpha Brain? Are you on speed? Are you on meth? Like, what's keeping you going here? A lot of Red Bull?
It is mostly Red Bull and just having fun. I'm definitely gonna say
Well, that's
that.
good.
It brings a lot
Glad
of
you're having fun.
just being part of the broadcast team and sharing my excitement of motorsports with not only the Adamant team but the drivers out on the track and the fans watching either at home, at work, either live or in the future. That's what brings me a lot of joy. I also get the itch every once in a while to get behind the wheel, and I love racing as well. But commentating and being able to share my love and also give my opinions on things is also a lot of fun.
That's valid for sure. I'd say I agree with you on that one. Yeah. So we got almost an hour left, so we'll probably have, yeah, I guess an hour and 8.5 minutes of racing, give or take.
Oh, anything can still happen. As long as that timer doesn't say 0, anything can happen.
I would agree. 224 doesn't have the biggest lead, but it's a pretty good lead for the last hour. He's got like 10 seconds on P2 or something like that.
OSR
P2
Olympique in the
is-
chat. 901, please. Yes, you may. It is number 901 Porsche in P27. I believe that is Pierre De Haro. Maybe pronouncing that wrong, but I'm gonna go with it.
Yep, good enough. You tried.
And sometimes that's all that counts. Okay, not all that counts, but sometimes that's what counts.
In this case, at this hour, that's all that counts.
I'm surprised I
Cool,
can
man,
read.
I'm
I'm
struggling.
surprised I can read. Yeah, I'm surprised I can keep my eyes open.
Yeah, I'm gonna have time for like maybe a 2-hour nap once this is done.
Nap? I'm gonna hibernate. Sleep?
Yeah, but I have to go to work. I was saying that I have
Oh,
a
yeah, that's right. Yes,
open house,
the open house.
so I got to be like up and energetic and
Yeah, the stairs don't
bubbly.
have a like a cupboard, kind of like Harry Potter, and just take a nap in there in between
It doesn't
clients.
work that way.
Oh
I
man.
think it's actually gonna be busy.
Oh man. The one
Yeah,
time you don't
we're
want
gonna.
it. The one time you don't want it to be busy because you're tired.
Yeah,
but you
really.
need. But you need it to be busy because you want. It's your job. You need it to be busy.
Yeah, and it's one of those things. All these fun things when you run your own show.
Battle
But hey,
happening on our screen. The number
gotta get
96
done.
BMW going around the outside. Number 901 Porsche. Not putting
Oh, and this
too much
is
of a fight
for
there.
position.
Yes, it was. They're still in the fight though. Less than a second between them coming into the bus stop now. There is that Pirelli sign we were talking about earlier. The dreaded Pirelli. We have Pirelli, we have Michelin, and who else do we have? Are those the only two tire providers for IMSA and World Challenge? Do you happen to know?
This is not IMSA.
IMSA or World Challenge?
The Zero Challenge is only Pirelli.
It's only Pirelli? Okay. I mean,
I
that's
believe
why we see all
IMSA
the...
has 3 choices, but
think-
I think or Michelin.
Or Michelin. I think it... Michelin sounds right, because I do see that a lot everywhere. Like here, I see Pirelli.
I think an IGT challenge, they have the 3 choices or 4 choices, but you can only stick to one per race. So if you want to use Michelin's, you can't use anything else for the entire race. You can only use Michelin's, but you can use the different compounds. Someone in the chat may correct me, but someone wants to see 141 and 414.
Yeah, we can totally do that. 141 and 414. Actually, 901 and 414 we're battling it out, I believe. Actually, no, I was looking at the wrong person. This is Dylan Smith. This is the 414 Team Tracks Racing Ford Mustang. I believe the 141 is going to be the sister car. But we won't know until we move over to that car. But we're going to leave it here on the 414 a little bit. Show them some love. You are very welcome, Pentrax. We're going to give a little bit more screen time to the 414. We're going to move over to the 141. And then afterwards, if anyone else would like to see any specific car number, team, driver, go ahead and shout them out in the chat. We can give them more screen time.
Looks like we got the rain coming down now.
The rain has started again. Epic Stormers in the chat. Number 71 had a driver swap bug. Went down from P12 to P16. Lost so much time. Oh no. Another driver swap bug. Who knows? Who knows? He failed me for the last time. Who knows? Very unfortunate, Epic Stormers. I do agree. Pentrax, love those liveries. I heard somebody made them. Was it you, Pentrax? Any chance?
What, me?
No,
No
Pentrax
idea.
in the chat.
Oh.
Saying that they liked the liveries of the Team Trax racing cars, and I believe they are the creator of the liveries. So I was kind of also agreeing with them. It is a very nice livery. The Mustang Spitfired front of the grille. I don't know if you've seen that yet on these Mustangs, but it is very, very nice. I like it a lot. There you go. Very nice shot there. Good one here too. The green around the those daytime riding lights in the middle on that grille make it look kind of like nostrils as well. So I find that very interesting. Love those maybe. Pentrax says maybe. Ghost, can we see number 71? We can. This is the Arachnid Racing number 71 BMW. They just went into the pits, so we're gonna see them do a pit stop in real time. No, I'm kidding. That's actually not. We actually don't hear that noise. That was me.
Oh man. I think everyone knew that was you.
I don't
Can
know.
we see number 71?
We're gonna
Oh,
wait
did you already do
until.
that?
Yes, we're gonna wait until they leave the pit lane,
Oh, okay.
and they're
yeah.
gonna get back onto them.
Oh, 71's the one that's been crashing a bit, or no? Is this another car that looks like it?
No. It was a car that looks like it. The number 71 is part of the Arachnid Racing team, which is a team that has been doing a pretty good recovery run. Specifically, I believe the 71... Let's see if it shows here. Since the race has been going on, it has been reset. But they have been gaining a lot of positions. They are now within the top 20. They were almost at the bottom. They were almost last, to tell you the truth. And they've been doing great so far, keeping their head down, working hard, and letting their work show the results that they need, or letting the results show off how much they've actually done. Nathan Smythe Adams on our screen in the number 274 Aston Martin. P11 for Nathan Smythe Adams. A bunch of cars in the pits in front of him, so that might be him moving up into the top 10, maybe even closer to the top 5 than he would like. Maybe some of those cars, I don't know if they have entered the pit lane yet. I do remember seeing Nathan Smythe Adams entering a couple laps ago. So it looks like he's going to be on fresher tires and a little bit less fuel than a fuel tank, so he might be going a lot faster than the rest of these cars.
So, something you can do, and it's a little bit late in the day to point this out, but cars that have yellow writing on the tires are running slicks, and cars that have no writing and they're just black tires are running wet tires.
Yes.
So if you need to identify which tires a car is running, just look at the sides of them. If there's yellow writing, they're slicks. If there's no yellow writing, they are wets.
That was the mistake I was making earlier. I kept saying that the tires with the blue walls are wets. But then I kept catching myself and I was like, wait a second, this is an F1. How would they have... There is no blue wall tires, from my understanding. It's only yellows and non-colored walls. So
Blue
the yellows...
is wet.
Yeah, in F1.
For F1.
Yeah, in F1.
Yeah, full wet.
Yeah, full wet too, yeah.
Or you're thinking of Michelin tires in iRacing.
True. Oh man, iRacing has taken over my brain, huh? We are counting down the clock until we reach the end of the 24 hours of Spa, presented by Odyssey Racing League. 54 minutes, 14 seconds left. We're almost there, Richard. Almost there to the checkered flag to see who's going to take the prize pool and go home happy.
Yeah, and there's going to be no official call on that today because of how tired I am. I want to make sure that penalties come through at the end of the race, and yeah, so provisional results only at the end of the stream. No final results, because even if a car comes first by like a 10-minute lead, there's still a chance that things can be messed up on the back end, and we want to make sure that we know what's going on.
Hey, who knows? We might, the admins of ORL might ask for Motec data. And that is, I believe, part of the rulebook. So if Motec data is asked for, you must produce some Motec. And what that is, for people that aren't in the know of what that is basically just this is basically data of you and the car while you're driving out on the track. And they're basically
data.
Yeah, telemetry. There you go. That's the word. My brain is definitely not working, because I was about to say a completely different word.
It's okay.
I was gonna pronounce it telemetry, but I don't think that didn't sound right to me, so I just didn't do it.
No, it definitely didn't sound right.
The Speed Stars Lamborghini Huracan Evo 2 in P5 now. Behind the wheel, Evgeny Gamov. Now that the track was drying, we did have the fastest time go back originally to the times that we were seeing Richard. The fastest time on track being held by the number 47 Aston Martin before the rain started.
Yep, it's a 16.15.
152. That is incredibly fast. That is probably the fastest time I've seen ever at Spa, personally. I don't think I've ever seen anyone in the 215s. That's close. I think that's the closest I've seen it. I do remember we had...
I definitely never myself could even get into the, I can barely get into 17s. That's really tough for me to do. I've done it once before, but it is tough.
I believe we did have a 216.2 earlier by the same car, so they're beating their own record and taking the Purple Crown for now and keeping it on them for the fastest lap. 216.152 to the number 47, driven by Wilf Paduano.
Oh, I'm not gonna make it, man. I keep dozing.
We're almost there, Richard. We're almost there. 49 minutes left on the clock. 9:21 in the morning on the track for the drivers. 21 degrees Celsius. Ambient temperature 22 degrees Celsius on the track. It is warming up a little bit, even though it is raining, compared to the 15 and 16 degrees Celsius temperatures that we were seeing in the middle of the night. So these cars and strategies have been changing and have been going through a beating, in my opinion. Jeremy C in the chat, just keep looking at the 515 car and I'll keep you awake. The 515 car driven by Zach Schneider for his Noobs Are Us. P10 for Noobs Are Us. You know, Richard, I don't think I've ever seen 6 names on a door before.
Really?
Yeah, I don't remember seeing 6 names on a door. Even in endurance racing, I don't think I've ever seen 6.
Oh, I definitely have used 6 before. I've made livery with 6.
Okay, maybe I'm thinking more like real life, right?
Oh, yeah, I know
but
they don't do 6 in real life.
I was like, I don't think I've seen 6. So I was like, that's also a lot of drivers.
It's usually like 4 in real life.
Is there a maximum in real life? Do you know?
Probably.
There's gotta be, right? Because well, you also have to pay them, right? So maximum might be your wallet as
No,
well.
I believe that most teams use around 4 drivers.
That seems about right.
It's a little bit easier to manage. Oh man, I just watched 141 take out. I don't even know which car it was.
Benjamin, how are the lap predictions looking now? Let's actually take a look up. If we scroll up, we can see that we predicted that hopefully by the end of the race, Benjamin was predicting 580 laps. Chad McLean at 573 or 574, and I put down 567. Right now, the leader is at 555. We have 45 minutes to go to get 11 laps, and for me to win, because I think it's going to be 567. I don't know, I just feel it. Oh, a sliding Porsche. Normally you want to go straight, but that was a Porsche going sideways, but a great recovery and able to stay on the track. I don't know if that was maybe a visual glitch and that was just like a bug of the Porsche just visually moving, but it's actually there on the track. But no, we are seeing some of the cars getting a little bit squirrely on the exits. Even the Aston Martins, which are known to be a lot better in the rain than the rest of the cars, having a little bit of issues there through turns 5, 6, and 7. Victoria's in the chat saying the end is near. You are correct. The end is near. It is in sight. It does make me feel different types of ways. Makes me happy and sad. Sad that we are going to be ending the spot 24 hours at Odyssey Racing League. So that is a bit, Leonardo in the chat. There's been a yellow flag for 5 laps. Bring out the safety car. That is a visual bug on my end. The flag that the car that is getting yellow flag is actually the safety car that is in the pit lane. For some reason, when the cars are in the pit lane and they are in the pit, when they get jacked
Not
up,
actually a yellow flag.
it shows it as a yellow flag.
No. It shows the car as a yellow dot. There is no actual yellow flag flying. I want to make that very clear before people get jumpy and think that we should be calling the safety car if there's an issue. It's just a yellow circle. The car itself is not causing a yellow flag in the game. So we're good.
I was gonna
It is
say,
a little
yeah,
bug from the spectator view only.
It is a spectator bug.
Because I'm in one of the cars and both of them show up as blue dots as they normally would. So it's a spectator glitch, don't worry about it.
We've been having that glitch actually for the last couple of hours. Even, like, not a couple of hours. It's been like 10 hours since we've had that glitch.
It doesn't set off a yellow flag for the drivers, so it's not an issue.
I know we did bring that up on stream earlier. It was confirmed that it is a bug. Very similar to the blue flag bug that some of the drivers experience. I don't think we've experienced any of that tonight, or any tickets have been sent to the stewards about that. As we keep an eye on the rest of the racers. Joel Eliminator in the chat. I am back, he says. Welcome back, Joel. Good morning. I believe it is morning for you. Actually, no. What time is it? It should be... Isn't it almost midnight for you, Joel? Or am I having my time zones mixed up? I may have them mixed up. But what I don't have mixed up is that timer at the top does show less than 40 minutes left. So there are less than 40 minutes left in the 24 hours of Spa presented by Odyssey Racing League. It has been a very, very exciting 23 hours. And I'm very sad to see it end. But I'm also very happy to have experienced this with all of y'all. So thank you so much for joining us. As a viewer, as a spectator, as a participator, no matter how you partake in the 24 hours of Spa, thank you so much for being a part of it. Joel Eliminator, I'm in the UK until August. It would be if I was in Japan. Oh, okay. So it's almost 2 p.m. Oh, okay, you're in the UK, so you're using GMT. All right. Oh, that was huge contact. I think that was the Baller Squad Racing Aston Martin being tossed around. That's the 515.
Missed it.
Oh, no. I do have on my screen here the number 9 and the number 17. So actually, let's take a quick replay. Let's take a quick look at that. Number 17 coming through campus. And wham! Right in the kisser. I really don't know what happened there. Did the 17 like blip for a second there? And the Ford Mustang just didn't see it and it just came back into existence? I have no idea what happened there. That was interesting. That also may have just been a glitch on my end. But I do see the number 19 and the number 74 slowing down right before the bus stop.
A 1974 of a collision. I don't know if that's going to be a safety car or not. Probably not, because they're both moving again. But yeah, if cars get up and start moving again pretty much right away, or it's only one car, they kind of don't worry about slowing that one down. Or
the 165 caused the yellow flag, but they returned to the garage.
Maybe.
Joel Eliminator, it didn't show on the replay, but had a flash of lag. Oh, okay, yeah, so they like blipped with lag, and it basically your car disappears and reappears in the same spot. The Ford Mustang is still moving forward, and I'm assuming that car just appeared out of nowhere for them and they just smacked right into the back of it. So I don't expect the stewards to penalize anyone for that. However, if they do, you do have up to 24 hours to appeal any of the decisions that the stewards make. We do see a damaged BMW there in the front, almost with the unsafe rejoin right there, creeping back onto the racing line as it moves from the right side of Radion to the left as it gets there to the straight. I see a bunch of cars going up Radion, hopefully staying within the lines. Because something else that has been affecting the drivers, Richard, that I know that you've been seeing as well, is we have been getting a lot more track limit drive-thrus, especially when the rain started pouring.
Getting some messages regarding some stuff I just gotta deal with. I keep tuning you out or zoning out.
Not a problem. Richard is the league owner, so he does have to deal with some things that we do not are not privy to. So he is working behind the scenes as well, making sure that it runs smoothly. Just like a duck. You cannot see how hard they are pedaling from above the surface. Letting you know that we are working really hard behind the scenes to make everything look smoothly and run as smooth as possible. Oh, an interesting slide. I would call that a skirt from the number 14 there. Very interesting slide coming out of turn 7, and another interesting slide and a big smack onto the door there to number 9. That was the BMW. Like two magnets, so when you let go of them next to each other, they just smack right into each other as hard as they can. I'm pretty sure if that was in real life, we would have saw sparks flying everywhere and pieces of that BMW strewn about. Excuse me, of that Ferrari and that BMW strewn about. Zane CS8 in the chat. Is there rewards for the drivers? I'm glad you asked. So we do have a $1,000 or a 1,000 USD prize pool, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Richard, but it is going to be split amongst the top 3 drivers, or the top 3 teams that place
There's
in the race.
$1,000, and it's gonna be P1 400, P2 250, P3 150, and 2 random draws for all finishing teams outside of the podium of $100 each.
There it is. "31 minutes, 15 seconds left in the race. Temperature is still increasing little by little. 21 degrees Celsius ambient, 22 degrees Celsius on the track. It is still raining cats and dogs. However, that may change soon. Something that might also change is the vehicle that you drive, Richard. Really quickly, did you by chance know that Ferrari released a road-legal Porsche 963 hypercar named the 963 RSP?
Sorry, I have to focus on something.
Chat, did you know that Porsche released a road-legal hypercar named the Porsche 963 RSP? I think I know what Odyssey Racing League is going to work towards to next. Wilf Paduano, the number 47 Aston Martin that was on your screen, still holding on to the Purple Crown. 228.390, their fastest time in the wet here. That's incredibly fast. No, we have to demand that Porsche release more of the road legal 963 RSPs. More of them. Let us purchase them all. No, but then they're going to be so much more difficult than trying to get a 911 GT3 or 992 GT3R from Porsche themselves. I have to wait for allotment. You have to be invited
Alright,
for your
Gojo, I do
allotment.
have to dip.
Not a
I'll talk to you
problem,
in a bit.
Richard. Thank you so much for joining us in the broadcast booth.
Of course.
Have a great rest of your race.
You as well. Talk soon. I'll try and chime in at the end.
You got it. Thank you so much for joining. And with that, we are alone again in the broadcasting booth, chat. Less than 30 minutes left to go. 28 minutes 15 seconds to be exact. Benjamin in the chat, it would be funny if they announced a $100 prize pool or prize for the fastest lap, then it would be chaos. You know what? Maybe. However, it would have to be, instead of fastest lap, it would only be in the wet. So it'd be a $100 prize for the fastest lap in the wet. And see how much chaos that causes.